Well, hey there. My name is Dan, and I am a music teacher about to listen to the Final Fantasy VI original soundtrack for the very first time. To be clear, I have never heard this before in my life. Not once, ever, never. Together, we're going to discover hidden connections, understand how music works, and we're going to have some fun along the way. Are you ready? Type a 3 in the chat if you are ready. This is a team sport. I give you energy, you give me energy. We all have a better time. Type a 3! Let's do this thing. Here we go. Let's rock and roll with Omen. Wow, what an incredible use of what sounds to be snazzy sound fonts or snazzy sounds. SNES, if you will. I like to say SNES. Like, but it's the end. Anyway, so yeah. First of all, incredible. Oh my gosh, so many things going on here that I absolutely loved. What we're gonna do though is, because it's just the first track I've heard of this, I will go ahead and turn to the chat to give you some feedback on this one, which was, well, one of the most iconic melodies in the entire franchise. Interesting, because it's the first time I've ever heard it. So I think that's the first time I've heard that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've heard that melody. Indeed, we could call it a theme. And I think what would be very beneficial for us to do is review very quickly, in about 2 seconds, the difference between a motif and a theme. So a theme is the whole enchilada. It's the whole thing. And a motif could just be dubu dugi ga, or dugi ga would be a motif from the theme. So motif is the smallest possible definable musical idea. That's going to be a motif. Now, obviously, it does scale up a little bit because, well, motif, phrase, it all gets a little complicated and a little murky with subphrases and things like that. So there you go. Theme is the big piece. Motifs are the small pieces, not to be confused with a leitmotif, which is a motif that represents a person, place, or thing. Okay. All right. Cool. So, now, let's go ahead and check out the next piece, which is called The Mines of Narshe, not to be confused with the Waters of March. For any of you Bossa Nova fans out there. Okay, let's check this out. So there's a jazz tune by Miles Davis, which I believe, Paul Chambers may be on the bass for that. And in this tune called So What by Miles Davis, you will hear something that is not entirely dissimilar to the Mines of Narshe, which is interesting. So the Mines of Narshe, is taking inspiration a bit from what we could gesture at as calling modal jazz, which was a thing that happened in the 60s, 70s. Anywho, something I want to point out that's pretty cool here is, let's see, let's pull it back a scotch. Now, I'm only grabbing part of the chord here, but it's this idea of having these fourths here, and then again, I'm only grabbing part of the chord here. However, having these fourths here does sound very modal jazzy. If you listen to, for example, the piece Maiden Voyage by Herbie Hancock, it's like a lot of chords kind of sounding along the lines of this. So ostensibly inspired this type of piece of music. Now, what is a fourth, you ask? Well, okay. In music, we have what is called the basic musical alphabet. It goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then it repeats over and over again. A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. And then we can go backwards too. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. Now, what happens is, anytime you start on A, B, C, D, F, G, you don't go to H, you go straight back to A. So, we can start on any letter of the musical alphabet and go up 4 to get a fourth. So, for example, if we start on C, we go C, D, E, F. C to F is a fourth. Now, for example, if we start on F, we go F, G, A, B. B is a fourth up from F. It's an augmented fourth, but anyway. If we start on G and we go up, we go G, A, B, C. G to C is a fourth. So when I say fourths, what I mean is that there's these, this sound right here is where we have, this, for example, right here, is a C to an F. C to F, that's a fourth. And so that use of fourths has a very particular sound in music that we could hear here in the Mines of Narshe. It's the joy in your heart. Again, just bad bossa nova jokes. Okay, let's check out Awakening. Here we go. By the way, type a 3 in the chat if you're having fun and you're stoked for this reaction. Okay, this is a pretty cool chord progression, as we have come to expect, well, as I have come to expect from listening to the great Nobuo Uematsu. So let's actually break down and talk about the chords that are happening here, because this is pretty cool. So we are in the key of A minor, which means A is going to be 1, B is going to be 2, C is going to be 3, D is going to be 4, E is going to be 5, F is going to be 6, and G is going to be 7. Okay. So that way you can track. If you see me here, A is 1, and then we relate everything to A, which is 1. So G7. Easy. Now, for the rest of you who are a little bit more advanced, You're going to hear me say things like major, minor, major 7, things like that, where I'm actually going to describe the quality of the chords. All right, here we go. So right here is an E minor to an F major 7. Now A minor, E minor, C, G, sorry, F, D minor, back to A minor. Now, back to that beginning idea, E minor, F major 7. Cool. Beautiful stuff. Let's keep this rocking and rolling with Locke's theme. Or Locke's theme. I don't know. There's a an E there. I'm not sure what to do with that. We're going to say Locke. Locke's theme. Let's check out Locke's theme. Here we go. I'm also going to turn my guitar down just a scotch because that was so loud I was losing the music. For some reason, every time that first part of the theme plays, all I can hear is, "Oh, come all ye faithful." It's just me. Maybe it's also because we're recording this in December, so I'm just hearing Christmas carols everywhere I go, even when I don't want to hear it. Okay, so I'm sorry, not that I don't want to hear this. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, so pretty interesting stuff here. Nico says, E. Ken is laughing. Too Slowly Poke says, ruined. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, Too Slowly Poke. But yeah, so I think what's fun, too, is when you hear little things like this, is like... And then... What happened next? Right, so let's actually talk about that little Well, motif maybe. Portion of the theme, certainly. Let's talk about it. Okay, so we're in the key of G major, which means G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 5, and F is 6. So here we go. It's G, D, so 1, 5, 1, 2, then 5 up an octave, 4, 3, 1. There you go. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? That's pretty straightforward, too. Sounds rather heroic, if you ask me. Now that's cool. And let's grab those chords. What's that third chord? So it's pretty interesting too. So right here, it's a total change. It's like maybe this character has two sides, two very different sides to them, because in the beginning we're in the key of G major, right? Now here, we're totally changing keys. We're in fact going to the minor 5 of G. So if G is 1, D is 5, we're going to D, but instead of D being major, D's now minor. It's like, what? So yeah, maybe a character with two very different sides of them, or maybe it's just Nobuo Uematsu being awesome and composing really cool things. There you go. Cool. All right, let's check out Battle. Oh, so Locke's character does have two sides. Okay, so what's cool here, guys, is not that I was able to deduce the two sides of the character. What's so cool is how the composer so clearly communicated that with their music. That's the cool part. Like, whoa. Wild stuff. All right, let's keep going with Battle. Okay. All right, now this is interesting. In the chat, Juasi, Juasi, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm just a little American doing my best. Says, hey, Sounds very Spanish. Okay, well, let's talk about why. Oh, first, let's do a quick poll. Type a 2 in the chat. Type a 2 if you feel like this also sounds, and I quote, Spanish. Go ahead and type a 2 in the chat if you think that this sounded, quote, Spanish. A bit. Okay, we had some 2s, and it's also a leading question. And give you, I didn't get any other. Someone says more Mid-Eastern. Okay, chord progression very Spanishy. I don't think it does, Hansel. 2, I'm Portuguese. Hey, I'm not gonna stick myself between whatever beef Spain and Portugal have. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Okay, so. Yes, it is very ska, Bex Lizard. Yeah, I agree. Okay, but let's talk about what makes this sound Spanish. What makes this sound Spanish is something called a flat 2. A flat 2. So, like we talked about, we could have A to B would be 1 to 2. C to D would be 1 to 2. Now, here's the thing. I told you before that there's 7 letters in the music alphabet, and that is true. But there's some extra little things sprinkled in between those letters that actually bring us to 12. And these are modifiers of the letters, and they are called sharps and flats. And what sharps and flats do is they give us space between the letters. So for example, between A and B, there's an A sharp or B flat. So here's an A, here's a B, here's an A sharp or a B flat. It's the same name for the same, well, 2 different names for the same sound, excuse me. It's like how if my mother gets very angry with me, she might call me Daniel. But most people just call me Dan. So it's right, so Daniel, Dan, same person, 2 technically different names. Right there, so A, B, B flat. So part of what's making this sound, and I quote, Spanish, is the fact that one of those in-between steps is being used. Now, there isn't in-between steps between every note. Between E and F, there's no in-between step. In between B and C, there's no in-between step. But that is the sound of Spanish. It's the flat 2. So what's happening here, it's an A to a B flat, to a B flat, back to an A. And if we do that with, like, power chords. So whether that sounds very Spanish or not, I will... Oh, this pickup's a little sleepy today, huh? There we go. I need to get a new pickup selector switch. Okay. Maybe. Now, how about... make the A a major in my bit. It's like a little bit more of a like Spain sound mean, if you will. Okay, cool. So we had an interesting conversation around flat 2 today and how that does indeed in many contexts sound what you might interpret as sounding Spanish. Cool. All right, let's keep this thing going with Victory Fanfare. Let's do this. Everyone get up and dance! All right, I actually want to go grab the chords for that. Shout out and thank you to Chris for the hype hippopotamus. Did y'all bring your hype hippopotamus to this here party? All the cool kids brought their hype hippopotami. All right. What? interesting. Okay. Okay, so here we are. The key is D. The year was 1985. I'd been married to John, and he was treating me well, but the scurvy took him early. Okay, so... I miss listening to books on tape when I was a kid. Okay, so... first chord is D major. Then to a C. Then back to D. Let's do an A minor, which is pretty interesting because usually we think about going to an A major. So like... Okay, in all seriousness, though, some pretty interesting things here. So it's D major, but then using all other chords from D minor. So we have a C major here, we have a B flat major, and an A minor. So pretty interesting switching there. So if I were to just change the D major to a D minor, you might be saying to yourself, well, Dan, what on earth do you mean major and minor? Well, I will show you. So remember we had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 thing. We start on D, and D is 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if we play 1, 3, and 5 together at the same time, these notes will create a chord. Now, if we take 1, 3, 5, and we take 3 down, it's one of those kind of like we take 3 down by just a little bit. This gets us a different sound. This is a minor sound. Major sound, kind of happy. Minor sound is kind of sad. And so what we're going to do is we're going to substitute that sad sound in the beginning. Don't think I'm not reading the chat. Okay, let's check out Edgar and Sabin's theme. Sorry, just for the record, I played Megalovania really wrong. That wasn't even close to right. To be clear, it should be, you go to the flat 7 first, so it should actually be. There you go. Okay, let's take it back. I'm silent. It's like my nose is confused whether I'm going to sneeze or not. Have you ever watched a stand-up comedian do an entire special and not sneeze and been like, wow, that was pretty lucky? And I know sometimes they film over 2 nights and then they come out and be like, but still, seems to me to be exceptionally lucky that you would not sneeze. Anyway, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about this with a clean tone. Let's talk just about this first part of the melody. So this first part of the melody uses what we could call, indeed, the Dorian mode. Now, why do we call it the Dorian mode? Well, it's different than a natural minor scale. So let's start by taking a step back and understanding what a major scale is. What a major scale is, it's a series of, 7 notes put together in ascending or descending orders. For example, we started on C, we go C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and indeed you can hear me play this. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and that sounds like do, a deer, a female deer, ray, a drop of golden sun, me, a name I call myself, I long away to run, So you can see that this major scale has been around for a very long time, and indeed everyone has been using this major scale going all the way back to classical music and even before. So, major scale. Now, what happens if we make this scale minor? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to take the 3rd, the 6th, and the 7th note in the scale and bring them down just a little bit. So that's not going to sound like this. Ooh, totally different vibe. Now, what we can hear in this piece of music is not that what I just played. Rather, it's where we leave the 6 alone. So we're just going to bring the 3 and the 7 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Back to 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. And that is called the Dorian mode most of the time. Cool things. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling with Kefka. Okay. Let's talk about why 82% of you, 83% of you, think that this sounds a little bit like a marching band, or at least marching band-esque, marching band-like. Let's talk about it, because there's a couple things that contribute to it. Number one, it's the instruments that's being used, but most importantly of all, the things that really clues us in to the marching band sound is something called 1 and 5. Now, we've already talked a little bit about 1-5. For example, we talked about how in G, D would be the 5. Well, it's the same thing that's happening here, except we make the 5 lower than the 1. So let's go back and take a listen. So the 1 in this case is going to be a B flat. The 5 is going to be an F. And do this. That alternating between the 1 and the 5 is part of what gives us this marching band sound. Here we go. Just 1, 5, 1, 5, 1, 5, 1, 5, just like that. Now, this 1-5 thing doesn't just apply to things that sound like marching band. Indeed, the 1-5 could sound like maybe old country. And indeed, in the Super Mario RPG that we just listened to last week, we heard that a whole bunch when there were sort of like countrified pieces of music. We heard the 1-5 present there as well. Cool. All right, guys, that's 1 and 5. So real quick, to make sure we're all on the same page, guys, if D was 1, what would be 5? So if D is 1, what is 5? Go ahead and type your answer in the chat. If D is 1, what is 5? And please feel free to count on your fingers. I always encourage people to count on your fingers. It always works out very well. A must be the money. Very good. A it is. Pinky, try counting using, yeah, okay. B double flat, says Jonas, making a fancy, funny musical joke in there. Well, technically, that's not the 5th. That's the double flat 6th. Which would be enharmonic to the 5th, of course. Okay, very cool. Excellent, great job. And one more while we listen to the next one. If C was 1, what would be 5? C is 1, what would be 5? funny. Does anyone think that that sounded Spanish? And again, Spanish in quotation marks. Type a 3 in the chat if you feel like that sounded Spanish. Type a 2 if you do not think that that sounded Spanish. Type a 3 if you feel like that sounded Spanish. Type a 2, and again, Spanish in quotation marks. Like what even is like the sound of a paella pan whistling past your head? Does that sound Spanish? It's like, fair enough. Okay. I got a bunch of people. Oh, Celtic. Yeah, I hear you from the beat, right? Like using a balron, if you will. Thanks to my Irish auntie for teaching me that word. Okay. Yeah, so we got an overwhelming majority saying 2. Now, what's interesting here, guys, is that the chords that were being used were those Spanish sounding chords. It's a flat 2 to a 1 type of thing. Sorry. So we actually have that same relationship with the flat 2 there, but it doesn't sound at all mimi Spanish. Meming. Memish. I am Dan, the memish. Oh, I just figured out my species for... I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but when I do, when that day comes, I will be Dan, the memish. Memish will be my species. Okay, anyway. So, yeah, a real interesting piece. I love this. I love the groove, too. Let's talk a little bit about why this might sound Celtic. Yeah, the drums. A flat. E major. And that right there is, well, what are you going to call that? Okay, so if A, we're going to call it an A minor. It's like kind of an A half diminished. That's what that is. What is an A half diminished? Not kind of. Is it A half diminished? All right, let's check out the returners, which is what they used to call us back when Blockbuster Video and the library existed. Type a 4 in the chat if you remember bringing stuff back to the library. Those were the good old days. But if any of you wonder why I delete messages before they make it up to the place where they might be saved in the video, it's just in case at some point in the future. Well, whatever. I'll leave that alone. Okay, so we have a question from Kenneth who says, what's that called in a song when it ascends while going down a note or two while doing it? Well, Kenneth, with all due respect, I don't really understand your question. Do you perhaps mean like... Kenneth, type a 1 if that's what you mean. It does it in the sing. Okay, so what I just did, this thing, that's called Alberti bass. So what's it called when there's just two notes? Dastin confirms, yes, just the two notes. Okay, thank you. When one note goes down and one note goes up, they're both harmonizing. Okay, so something along the lines of maybe, oh, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Or are you talking about something like, yeah, contrapuntal is interesting. Okay. Maybe if you do A, B, C, and then B, C, D, E, then C, D, E, F, vibration goes up, you start lower, nothing like. Okay, so do you mean something like this? Where we go, let's see. Trying to figure out what on earth the question is. But the dum, 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 dum that's going on there. So what that is, that's like a replacement for that 151 that we talked about a little bit earlier. So if we were to do the 151 with D, it would be D to A. But here instead of D to A, it's D to C, so it's 1 to 7. Could there be a possibility? Is there such a thing as a silent rhythm? No. Silence exists in rhythm, but rhythm is the alternating between sound and silence. That's what rhythm is. Rhythm is like a light switch. It's like there's sound and then there's silence. Sound, silence. Sound, silence. Sound, silence. That's what rhythm is. It's sound and silence. All right, let's keep going with Shadow's theme. So someone said, look, by the way, I love when you guys ask questions in these live reactions. It's amazing. It lights up my day. I love answering them. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Feel like, oh, is it? It's like, no, ask questions. Ask questions because if you have a question, likely there's someone else who has that same question. They just might not be brave enough to ask it. And so if you have a question and you feel able to ask it because you're not just going to help yourself, you're going to help everyone else. And oftentimes you even help me because when I am forced to answer questions that I've never thought of before, it gives me insight too, right? And it's like one of the things that can show that you have mastered an idea is how well you can explain it. And if you can explain it so simply that everyone can understand it. So you're actually gifting, when you ask a question, you're gifting me the opportunity to become a better teacher and a musician. And you're gifting everyone else here the opportunity to learn something new. So when you ask questions, it's good for everyone. There's no such thing as stupid questions. You know, if you're not paying attention and then you come in and ask a question that's not relevant, there is such a thing as not relevant questions, but there's no such thing as stupid questions. Okay. Cool. So this is a pretty interesting piece of music here. Again, using the Dorian mode. So the chords are E minor, C, B minor. Well, not always using the Dorian mode because we have the C. Back to E minor. And then the B section is G to A. That's where we get the C sharp, which is the raised 6. Or not the raised 6, the natural 6. Then G, F sharp minor, to B7, then E minor, C, B minor, E minor. Okay, let's keep going with Troops March On. Ah, well, this was really cool. Now, I think what's interesting is a lot of people in the chat were talking about how this feels like they feel like a bit of Star Wars is in here. Huh. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I hear it. Imagine stormtroopers missing every single shot they've ever taken to this. Oh, what? I got a helmet on, I can't see. Hey, would you like to see my impression of a stormtrooper? Oh, I got a helmet on, I can't see. Oh, we're going around this way. We all know everyone turns in to these streams to see my impressions of stormtroopers. Oh, I got a helmet on, I can't see. You know what is funny is if you read the Star Wars lore books, it was like supposedly the stormtroopers all had to be 5'10" and like a certain body composition, and that was part of the problem of like getting, because they only made the armor one size, but the armor never worked. I was like, why wouldn't you have gas filters? It's like, oh, I understand that you're trying to put. Okay, I'm not going to say. Look, I understand you're trying to portray an empire that does not care about its soldiers, and even an empire that doesn't care about its soldiers would want their soldiers to be able to perform when there's like gas around, so you could like take over stuff, right? Okay. Anyway, yeah, the guy who's hit his head on the doorway, who we all thought was going to be Snoke. We all thought Snoke was the guy who got his head hit on the doorway. Turns out he was just a failed clone of Darth Sidious. So hey, all right. Anyway, I'm sorry. Okay, let's talk about Cyan's theme. By the way, shout out and thank you to Bex Lizard for your super awesome sticker there. Being the boss. Appreciate it. Cyan's theme. Okay, so this piece, Cyan's theme, starts off in the key of C minor. And it's really cool. Oh, it's like, it really, man, it kind of wants to be rock, huh? Sorry, I'm so sorry for just absolutely butchering that theme just now. But yeah, really beautiful. And again, using that Dorian theme where instead of having the notes of C, D, E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, and C, it's the notes of C, D, E flat, F, G, A, natural, B flat, and then back to C. Beautiful. Okay, let's keep this going with the Unforgiven. I kind of liked Unforgiven 4, if we're talking Metallica, but, you know, it's just me. I had a soft spot. Was that on Death Magnetic? Might have been on Death Magnetic. I really had a soft spot for Death Magnetic, I tell you. All right, the Unforgiven. Okay, so some pretty interesting things going on here in the rhythm. This is switching back between groups of 4 and groups of 5. Okay, let's check. Yeah, it does sound a little Pokemon-y, doesn't it? I agree with you, Océan 037. I assume because you have the accent, you are French, but maybe you're not. Baguette fromage. Allez, c'est parti. The Unforgiven, we're doing 4s and 5s. Now, I think what's pretty interesting, too, is right here where it goes to the 4. Oh, it's like very Pokemon-ish. Like, in the feeling of like, don't. Now, by the way, I just want to compliment everyone in chat on your dollar time signature jokes. They are incredible. I love them. Let's feature a couple. Sizzy Max says, ah, yes, the classic money, money time signature. Tri-Lighting says, we having microtransactions now. Lieutenant Cedar Xander said, ah, yes, well, say LT. LT, CDR Xander says, ah, yes, money, money, my favorite time signature. Ah, yes, my time to money, money, says Jack. Let's see. What else do we have? Tri says, well, you have to pay Dan to unlock the money signs. Okay, very funny. And I'm surprised the Manini Boy says, right, they're able to afford using a money, money time signature. Great. Awesome. Time is money. Well done, Joff Tosser. Thank you very much for that, man. Or Joff, rather. Okay. It must be the money. Yeah, so I think what's cool here is how that 4/4 almost sounds like it spins even faster. Like, it almost feels like, you know, going down a water slide compared to the 5/4 up to that point. That's really cool. So you might be wondering, if you are not versed in musical ways, what on earth we are talking about with this 4/4 and 5/4 thing. Well, I got good news for you. I don't know if you can hear me. Hey! Oh-ho! Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this thing. Let's actually move this over. Here. Okay. I'm going to try and make sure I can see what you're seeing to make sure that I'm not going to do anything. There we go. All right, cool. So, look, when we talk about the time signatures, we're looking at like a 4/4. Now, what 4/4 means, I don't know if you can see it. I'm sorry, I'm working on a delay here. Oh, I could just open up OBS. How about that? There we go. All right, yeah, you can see it. 4/4. Okay, so 4/4 means that we're going to count to 4, and this bottom part here, 4, is going to act like a fraction. So 1/4 is what as a fraction? It's a quarter. So it means the quarter note gets the count. Now, if you don't know what a quarter note is, I have a basic music theory course for you for free. I link to it a bunch of other live streams. You can go check it out, where you can understand what all this stuff means a little bit deeper. So when we say 5/4, what we're doing is saying, okay, we're going to change the top number to a 5. And when we change the top number to a 5, it means we're going to count to 5. But because the bottom number stays a 4, it means that the quarter note, because remember, we're always going to take the bottom number, put a 1 over it, and then speak it as a fraction. The quarter note is still getting the beat of the count. Or it gets the count, rather. All right, cool. Again, if that was a little bit over your head, I don't have like 2 hours to dive into every single thing for you to understand in there right now, but I did make a free course for you. It's called Rhythm Roundup. You can go check it out. Okay, actually, I'll put a link in the chat to it right now to make sure if any of you want it for later, you can save it. One moment, please. I'm just going to pull that up. And while I do that, we're going to sing a song. Pump up the jams. Pump it up while your feet are stumping. Then you're on the dance floor. Pump up the jams a little more. And you do that. How shall the sky make my day? How fast to stay, get to bed, make my day. Make my day, make my day. All right, here we go. Popping that in the chat. There you go. Okay, there you go. That's a free course for you. No opt-in or anything required. You just go click start. It's publicly available. I made a free workbook for you and a textbook, and it syncs up with video lessons, and there's free quizzes and everything there for you. Okay. Showing my age again, that song came out before I was born. All right. let's keep this going. So I was like, look, I'm doing an okay job of explaining the time signatures, but to get down to the nitty gritty of like what a quarter note is, you know. All right, let's do this thing. Phantom Forest. Okay, so let's talk about this thing right here. Because this is a very James Bondy type thing. Now, what's really interesting about this is that it starts with a minor triad. And then this right here is, if we consider the minor triad again to be in root position, this is now a minor sharp 5 chord, then going to a minor 6, back to minor sharp 5. Interesting. So if we were to look at, if we were to consider, if we consider that to be true, right? In which case, the chord progression here was actually A minor sharp 5, A minor 6, which is nuts. Now, what's interesting is normally with a sharp 5 in a triad, like if we were using A augmented, we'd have A plus. But because we already have the minor sign, we can't really write A minus plus. Don't really work. It's rather confusing. So I put the sharp 5 up here. You could also put the sharp 5 in parentheses. Now, what's interesting about minor 6 chords is that you actually rarely put the 6 in parentheses. In fact, you don't put it in parentheses for both 6 and minor 6 chords. Okay. Let's keep this thing going. Type a 4 if you like the whiteboard. Type a 5 if you don't like the whiteboard. And type a 4 if you like the whiteboard. Type a 5 if you do not like the whiteboard. All right, let's check out Phantom Train. Great track. That noise at the end gets 0 stars from me. Hey, maybe that's just me being sensitive to noise. Hey, let's talk a little bit about this interesting part of this chord progression here. Oh, is that quite right? Oh, that might not be quite right. And right there, it's wild. It's going an E sus4 to an E major. We've been in E minor the whole time. Parallel major making a show. What is that chord? If anyone has perfect pitch, please feel free to help me out. It's going to take me a second to grab that one. Okay. Okay, so we have an E minor to an F 7/9, an F dominant 9, back to an E minor, then to C, then E minor, F dominant, back to E minor. Really cool stuff. Not chords I would think about doing, but that being said, we can't find some connection. So essentially, this F dominant 9, which it's been too long since I said one of these chords because it feels like I'm saying it wrong, but I'm not. Technically, I'm saying it correctly, but I think there was another way I used to say it. Whew, I got to get out and play more music. Is the tritone substitution of essentially the 5, which is the B. Here is a augmented 7. So tritone substitution there, which is pretty cool. And then going to the C, 6 back to 1. Pretty cool. All right. Let's keep going with the Veldt. Okay, let's check it out. So why did I start singing that Gasoline song? Well, it's because there's like a reggaeton rhythm buried in here, which is... One and two, and 4, 1 and 2, and 4, 1 and 2, and 1 and 2. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Call this and. Three, 4. Double check that work. Yeah, sure. Here we also hear that kick down here. So look, it's basically the reggaeton is 1 and 2 and 4, 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and and that's kind of what's going on here. So that's why I was saying it was kind of reggaetonish, because indeed it has that rhythm. Now, we also heard that rhythm in the Super Mario RPG, which makes me think that clearly it was being used. Well, number one, clearly it was being used before reggaeton was a thing. So I'd be very curious if someone is better versed in music history than I, because I really love modern music, but I'm honestly not so crazy about music history, insofar as I use it to understand modern music. But like classical music and all that stuff is really not my specialty, not my interest. I'd be very curious if any of you are very well known. 88 Tresillo, is that what we're looking at, Slowly Poke? For where that comes from, you know? Where was the first time we heard that, or what type of music is that being pulled from? I mean, I love Beethoven's my favorite composer. I'm into it, but I don't like specialize. Like, you play me classical music, I can recognize it. You ask me to name the pieces. Like, I went to school, I got a degree, but it's not something that I've kept up with at all. Okay. Oh, 0, that sounds fun. Okay, let's keep this going with the Veldt. I know, we just listened to the Veldt. Yikes. Time for a snack. Let's check out Gao's theme. Okay, so this is so cool for a number of reasons. There's 2 curveballs inside this piece of music, which makes me think that there's something unexpected about this character. Or this character, yeah, there's something unexpected or deceptive about this character. Now, here's the first curveball. So the first thing right here is how it resolves. So we're in 4/4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 4. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So right there's this measure of 3 that's thrown into the middle of everything to really make things feel a little bit, well, unexpected. And, well, maybe deceptive. So let's listen to that one more time. I'm going to count it out. This time I'll get the counting right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. We're back to 4. Now, the second unexpected thing, so that was unexpected rhythm. The next thing that happens is unexpected harmony and melody going through what is literally called a deceptive cadence. So let's listen to that. So right there, we've been in the key of E major, so we expect to go ba, 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 is where you'd expect it to go. But no, it's oh, unexpected. That there would be a deceptive cadence, because what's happening is we go from an A to a B, and the A is 4, the B is 5, because E is 1. So we go A, B, A is 4, B is 5, but then instead of going to E, which is where you think we would go. So here we have our subdominant to dominant mini cadence. Then instead of going to E, where you think we would go, it goes to C sharp, major, which is going to be our 6. And so, yeah, we're not, that's that. Yeah, is that the Mario cadence? Yes, it has been called the Mario cadence, technically speaking. But that's not within this deceptive, not within the deceptive context. So really interesting. And so you might be wondering why I put this little bracket down here. I put this bracket down here to show that we're moving from the subdominant, which is the 4, to the dominant, but then it doesn't go to the 1 at all. It goes to the 6. Cool. All right, let's check out the Serpent Trench. All right, so this chord progression is wild. So it's like F major, up a minor third, to A flat major, up a minor third, to what is effectively B major, down down a whole step to A major, down a minor third, to F sharp major, and then back to F. Sorry. Take two. Awesome stuff. Okay. There might be sevenths in there, Jarrell. Yeah. Maybe. Anyway, let's check out Kids Run Through the City. Okay, so what's interesting here, who was it in the chat who said, oh, Dastin said, are you lonesome tonight? Okay, what's interesting is that the melody rhythm is actually, are you lonesome tonight? Like, the tables, the table, just assume me there, heart filled with pain, and we come back again, tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? There's a song called Are You Lonesome Tonight, and the rhythm of the melody is very much like it. Other than that, it's not super lined up. But if you guys want to check out Elvis singing Are You Lonesome Tonight, that would be an interesting thing to go listen to. Now, let's talk about what happens right there. That's a pretty interesting thing. Let me find. Look here. Okay, let's actually talk through this chord progression here because it's pretty cool and awesome stuff. I want to clue you in on what's going on. We're in the key of G. G, E minor, G, B minor, C, C to A minor, to F, to D, and then right there, it's G, E minor, B, G7, which is going to be the 5 of 4, to C, to a 5, to a 4 minor 6, which brings us back to the 1. A little bit of an advanced breakdown there to keep some of you more advanced people on your toes. Okay. Let's keep this thing going with Under Martial Law. Okay, so a pretty interesting motif here, if I got it right. Let's get a little juice on that. Ah, no, I'm missing something in there. I don't know why I'm not hearing that. There we go. And then so I think what's cool about that too is going back and forth between E minor and C minor, and indeed this relationship is going back and forth by a major third descending. Now, we heard in Final Fantasy VII a whole bunch of going up and down by a minor third, but here we hear going up and down by a major third. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Also, a fun little motif theme thing. Let's check out Celes' theme. So we're actually going to bring it back a moment here and listen to this. So it stays in 4. Those do bu dash go bu da do ba. Here we go. Oh, so cool. Again, an incredible piece showing just, I mean, look, I have never composed a video game soundtrack. But I know a little bit about music, and I've spent my life, my entire adult life, thinking and creating and teaching music. And I think I have some sense of when things are extra special, creative, and things like that. And, you know, based on that amount of experience, I feel comfortable saying that I believe, again, based on my experience, that Nobuo Uematsu is like, I'm a creative genius. Like, it's amazing stuff. Like, this is so cool. It's so good. You know, yeah. Incredible stuff. Let's keep this going with Protect the Espers. Oh my gosh. So this is actually taking inspiration from a piece of music that the name is escaping me, but this part right here. Right here. Oh, sorry. Right here. Oh, what piece of music is that? If you know exactly what I'm talking about, put it in the chat or put it in the comments afterwards, and maybe we'll talk about it in part 2, because we're gonna come back and do a part 2 of this, and also part 3. We're gonna listen to disc 1 today. But this piece right here is just genius. Just the way that like the transitions happen, it's nuts. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing, and I feel very decisive about saying that this is amazing. So let's go ahead. Oh, Bolero might be it. Thank you, Irish Nightwish. Let's check out Decisive Battle. Okay, so what's interesting about the Decisive Battle is it actually contains within it the James Bond, I believe it was the train. That actually is the same exact chords in the same exact key. Guys, when we heard James Bond, was it on the train type of 1? If we heard James Bond on the train, help me remember. Seafood soup, shaken, not stirred. Okay, 1. Okay, so this is my promise to you at the beginning of the stream was we were going to find some hidden connections. So that Phantom Forest, thank you. So here's an interesting thing is in the Decisive Battle, we actually hear a musical connection with the Phantom stuff. Ah, the train itself was a boss in disguise. Interesting. Well, see, there you go. Okay, cool. Type a 4 in the chat if that's the first time you've ever made that connection. Again, type a 4 in the chat if that's the first time you've ever made that connection. I want to hear from you. Okay, let's check out Metamorphosis. Oh, a bunch of you. See? Guys, at the beginning of this stream, have I not fulfilled the promise of this stream? Sweet. Okay, cool. So another thing, too, to think about it, too, it's like, I'm finding these connections here. Yes, I've been doing music for a while, but guys, I'm not even the best musician that exists. I just have like some pretty good music. Like, not even pretty. I got some okay music skills. Right? It's like I think about this stuff a lot and I teach this a lot. So it's like I know it. It's like you can have the same exact skills that I have too without that much work. Yeah, it'll take you a while to get as fast as I'm getting with picking up the things, but you could sit down and make these types of connections too. Yeah. Manini Boy is being funny. Oh, you're not the best person. No, I'm not the best musician ever. I'm not the best guitarist ever. I'm not the best singer ever. In fact, I'm also not the best YouTuber ever, as is objectively evident by, you compare Mr. Beast's number of subscribers to me, right? So, but the point is that I'm able to make these connections on a first listen type thing between multiple things. Like, imagine if you had just a little bit, I do think I am the best music teacher. There, I will put my stake in the sand. That's a conversation another time, though. So the point that I'm trying to make is, though, it's like you don't need that deep of a music skill to be able to start making these connections and get this much deeper, more intimate relationship with the music of your favorite games. Well, Kenneth, I would actually argue that if you teach very well, you would then get more subscribers, which would actually not... Subscribers is not what makes you the best YouTuber, but the subscribers is the product of being the best YouTuber. Godot Coffee Storm that too. Okay, so let's keep this going with Metamorphosis. Let's check it out. And now, see, I said I didn't want to interrupt these things with words from sponsors because I didn't. But unfortunately, with things as it is, I'm going to just do a quick sponsorship thing. This stream was brought to you by the best music theory book for beginners. How to read, write, and understand music. Check it out. Sold over 5,000 copies. People love it. It's got great reviews. Check it out. Cool. All right, let's keep this thing going. With our last one of the day was Metamorphosis. Okay, so what I want to teach you about this song is something called a fully diminished seventh chord. Now, a fully diminished seventh chord is really interesting because it's actually what we could think of as being this geometrically even chord. Oh, so what does it mean to have a geometrically even chord? Well, what happens is it's the same. Oh, it's so beautiful. You'll see my fingers actually stay in the same shape. So check this out. So my fingers don't have to change shape. I just change the position where I'm playing it. And it all sounds pretty much the same because it is the same 4 notes over and over again. And so what we have here is diminished 7, diminished 7, diminished 7, diminished 7, diminished 7, diminished 7, diminished 7 chords everywhere and not a drop to drink. And that's one of the main things that gives this piece of music its sound. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. Well, hey guys, no intro for today. We're just going to go in and get after it. This is part 2, Final Fantasy VI. Let's do this thing. Terra's theme. Hi, chat. Okay, well, we heard pretty much the entire theme, not presented in the same way it is here, but we heard this entire theme in part 1, and we heard it in a couple different ways too in part 1, but we heard this exact representation very early on in part 1. It's such a beautiful theme, and I was seeing so many comments in the chat of people saying, well, this is the theme that they really remember. Am I really quiet? Huh. Mic check. Check the mic. Mic check. Check the mic. Where's Mike? Get him to check the mic. Sounds fine to me. All right. Cool. Dan's voice is kind of quiet. Type a 1 in the chat if you think my voice is too quiet. Type a 3 in the chat if you think I'm the... Mike's not available. Where did Mike go? How about now? Mic check 1 2. Is that better? Type hey 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 if that's better. Like Hay, like spam hey. Spam hey if that is better. I think that's the first time I ever asked you guys to spam the chat. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. Hay is for horses, says Christopher Smack. That's what my grandfather used to say. Okay. So, Surreal Canine, we're actually about to end. This was the last song of the stream. We're all about to go home. Sorry. Just kidding. Here we go. Let's check out Coin of Fate. I did not watch Fat Albert growing up. Rara, Rasputin, lover, Allah, watching queen. What a great song. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Coin of Fate. Ooh. Yeah, Bex Lizard in the chat hit this right on the head. I was about to start talking about how this sounds very Final Fantasy VII, and one of the reasons I know that this sounds like Final Fantasy VII is because I am hard-pressed to, at first listen, tell you what those chord changes were. By the way, I do not have perfect pitch, and I'm not also the end-all and be-all of ear training. I'm like, okay, I've got okay ears. But I will tell you that, like, if you wanted to watch me break out into a cold sweat, be like, ask me to figure this entire song out in one listen. It's like, and so really what that is indicating is the level of creativity and, bucking convention that Nobuo Uematsu is using. And my goodness, yeah. Definitely feels Final Fantasy VII-ish in the sense that, like, I don't know if you guys were there for my first reaction to Final Fantasy VII when I was just sitting there scratching the top of my head going, well, that sounded nice. But what on earth just happened? This is going to be another one of those times. So let's pull it back and I'll grab something to break down for you here. Sounded like a Tuscan Raider for a split second there. Anyway, sorry. Ugh. It's like you can't get 3 chords into it. Okay. So right there, we have an E major to what we're going to call a D sharp minor to a G sharp major, but in first inversion. Yeah, there was an E in it. C sharp minor. It's not that though. It's but major 7. Okay, A major 7. Yeah. I'm gonna skip that one. Yo. So that right there is nuts. So we have E, D sharp to G sharp major to A flat major to D major back to C minor, C sharp minor. Yeah, 5-1. Thanks, Red Rock. Red Rock, what on earth do you mean A flat major to D flat minor? I thought it was G sharp major to C sharp. Okay, it doesn't matter. Silly music joke about enharmonic equivalence. Enharmonic equivalence, by the way, is when you have two sounds that have, one sound that has two different names. So there's 3 things we know about enharmonic equivalence. Number 1, it's the same sound. 2, they have different letters. And then 3, there's going to be different accidentals, if any. There you go. So those are the 3 things that define an enharmonic equivalent. So for example, this note right here, I'm calling this a G sharp, whereas Red Rock is saying, well, hang on a second there, buddy. That sounds like an A flat to me, and guess what? We're both right. Enharmonic equivalents, two different names for the same sound. Okay. Let's keep this going with Techno de Chocobo. Hold on, we've heard of Chocobo before. I recognize that name. I haven't heard it for a long time. Check it out. Oh yeah, literally the same. We've heard this before. Yeah, we've heard this before. Okay, so we have literally heard this theme before. Now, we've heard it presented a slightly different way. I don't remember quite all the same sort of sounds going on in the... Bro. Which, by the way, I don't think I've heard these sounds on the SNES before, which is really cool. But regardless, the main theme of Chocobo does stay the same from previous, well, later games. I listened to the later games first, so previous experiences for me, but later games chronologically. Beautiful. Let's keep it going with Forever Rachel, as opposed to sometimes or only occasionally Rachel. So much of what we heard before, which I do believe was Locke's theme. It's very interesting because it's Rachel, but not Locke, but maybe Locke's got a lock on Rachel, if you catch my drift. Now, also do want to let you guys know that in the past we said we're just going to do video games on this channel, but everyone keeps on asking for Homestuck. So we're going to do Homestuck, but then we're not going to do any more not video game things. This is a video game channel. I literally had a major game company reach out recently and be like, can you do some gameplay? I was like, no, we do video game music. Sorry. So, we're going to bend the rules, hopefully without breaking here in this case. And yes, we're going to add Homestuck to the list. Stay with me. Homestuck on the list. Homestuck on the list. Homestuck on the list. Homestuck on the list. Roar! All right. Okay. Let's check out Slam Shuffle. Okay. So, why is this called Slam Shuffle? Well, I can't tell you why it's called Slam, but I can tell you a little bit about how I didn't press pause. I'm going to tell you more about how I did not press pause. There we go. All right. I can tell you a little bit about why it's called Shuffle. Now, Shuffle is a very interesting thing. So, Shuffle is an actual way of playing music. Now, what a shuffle is when you take the time signature of 4/4 and you basically pretend you're in 4/4, but you play triplets over every quarter note. But then you don't play the second triplet of every quarter note, but sometimes you do. Confused? Yeah, me too. Okay, so what happens here is the time signature is 4/4, which means we have 4 quarter notes in every measure. This here is going to be a measure for today. Now, in shuffle, the defining, well, there's many different things in shuffle that would define it in terms of stylistically what's played, typically what instruments get used to. But the real thing comes down to the fact that we have these triplet groups, even though we're in 4/4 and we're not in 12/8. Now, if any of you have been around the block a little bit and you've played different sheet music, you will know sometimes people will hand you sheet music that's in 12/8 and tell you to play a shuffle. Because honestly, yeah, it makes sense. So part of the argument for shuffle 2 is that you don't play the second triplet, is that it goes away. So dun 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 dun. Now, what's interesting about this is for any of you who are a little bit more advanced, the visual too. Okay. Sorry, I was reading the chat. So, if any of you are a little bit more advanced in music theory and you understand the music, you might say, well, then why not just call it swing? Because much like shuffle, swing is also in 4/4, and much like shuffle, swing is approximating, right? It's not exactly, but it's approximating a triplet with the second division of that triplet removed. Well, it comes down to a thing called feel, which really is kind of a rough way of saying that the musicians are going to translate the music by adjusting when this second division, well, third, but second played division of each triplet is actually played by microseconds. So really, when you think about it, so it's like, what's the difference between shuffle and swing? Well, the way it's written, 1. Shuffle, you're going to write with triplets. Swing, you're going to write with eighth notes. Why? Here we are. Then it really comes down to feel. And part of the feel of both swing and shuffle is every individual musician is going to have their interpretation of where this second sounded division of the triplet, which is really the third division of the triplet, happens. And the magic part is sometimes actually the discrepancy in interpretation between different musicians playing together at the same time. That's what actually creates the feeling of swing, or indeed shuffle. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and check out the Spinach Rag. Oh, we may also talk about Rag in a moment. Let's check it out. Okay. So let's talk about what rags are. Rags, it's a genre, a style of music. Now, what's interesting is that stride led to ragtime. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not reversing the order there. Let's check out Jelly Roll Morton for a moment here. Oh, no, it's actually fine. Something where it's just playing the piano. Come on, Jelly Roll Morton. Solo. All right, let's try this. There we go. Okay, so we hear that. Now let's go back to this rag. Type of 1, if you can hear how it's like, it's kind of connected. It's not the same, but it's different. And so what you can hear, especially in the piano left hand, is the high, low, high, low. Yeah, it's got a similar feel, Red Rock. So what we just listened to is Tomcat Blues by Jelly Roll Morton. Jelly Roll Morton. And so a lot of times, I think what's interesting too is if we listen to ragtime, it's like it's a little bit more, well, refined. Not refined is in better, but refined as in like if you take, for example, sugarcane and eventually becomes like white sugar, right? It's like there's different steps of how the thing gets refined along the way. And like, I prefer brown sugar. It has more flavor. For example, right? More molasses has a lot of flavor, right? So we have like sugar cane, molasses, brown sugar, and then like white sugar, and then maybe powdered sugar will be all the way at the end there. This is how refined things get. And so what we can think about is like stride gets refined into rag. And again, one's not better. Like, who's going to say molasses is better or worse than powdered sugar? I'm not. They're both great. And same thing, we could see blues into rock. We could see jazz into fusion. Jazz and fusion refined, maybe not, but more of a progression, if you will. So just an interesting thought there of how genres can get taken and translated into the next things. Yes, Rubberman 202, that is the correct spelling. Everyone look at Rubberman 202, who's got the correct spelling for Jelly Roll Morton. All right, let's keep this thing going with not Slack, which I accidentally just opened, or Facebook Ads Manager, which I secondarily just accidentally opened. Let's see. Nope, not YouTube channel dashboard. Where is my Spotify? There it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, Overture. Now we get to an Overture. This is not the first time we've gotten a significant way into a Final Fantasy soundtrack before getting an Overture. Let's check it out. thought that was about to turn into the Final Fantasy VII opening. Oh, this is the Final Fantasy main theme. Yeah. That's what this is. It's what it's basically. I'm not saying it's literally, but it's like basically it. A variation on the theme. So I think what would be really interesting to look at is let's talk a little bit about the level of genius that I can perceive and conceive of that Nobuo Uematsu is operating at. Because, and I'll tell you why, because I was just starting this conversation in the chat. Someone was like, he's totally self-taught. It's like, okay, what does that mean? Right? So for someone to be totally self-taught, for you to teach yourself something, it would mean you have no exposure to it, and then you teach it to yourself. So basically like you're inventing it, I suppose. Well, no, but that's different than being an autodidact. Anywho. So the point that I'm trying to make here, and Lieutenant Commander brought up a really interesting point. Is like, well, look, my family's musical, so my little sister was already singing in time without any music training, but it's like that is the music training. So let's take examples like Paul McCartney did not take music lessons. So how did he learn different things? Well, he has stories of like jumping on a train to go 2 towns down to learn how to play a chord on a guitar from someone else. So it's like, okay, he didn't have training, but he did go find the information. So it's like, okay. And we can zoom out even further and think of it this way. It's like, for someone who has incredible auditory talent, like Nobuo likely has. All right, here we have talent. Now, for someone who's really auditory talented, you don't necessarily need to teach them music theory because they can hear the patterns and they can recognize the patterns and then just recreate the patterns, right? For us, when people like me who aren't that talented, we need the theory so we can understand the patterns intellectually, then we hear them, right? It's sort of like a backwards process. But the thing that I want to show you is that talent is like a pool. All right, or it's a reservoir of water. Okay, so here's our reservoir. So this should be curved down here. All right, so talent is like a reservoir of water. It just sits there, and nothing happens until you make a connection, and the connection is action. So the action could be reading a book. It could be listening to music. It could be taking lessons. It could be taking a course. It could be using an app. But there's some action that needs to be taken because talent by itself is a passive thing. So action needs to be taken from talent. And then the action from talent brings all the water out of talent that then spins the wheel of creation. So I think what's interesting to think about with that, it's like Nobuo Uematsu obviously is like maybe 0.01 or 0.0001% of talent. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. 0.001, maybe. And look, I'm just guessing here. This is approximations. But given the number of students I've taught and given the fact that he's doing this just based off of listening to music, that's insane. Like it's really insane. So the question then becomes too around the action. It's like, okay, is it a good thing to be self-taught that you go out and do all these things? Because what all these things do, apps, books, listening, lessons, courses, is they save you time. Right? Because what happens is if you're just listening, you need to spend hours and hours and hours and hours just listening to build an internal mental framework of how music is working, to then be able to use it to take action for creation. So why you would read a book is because you think that taking the 4 hours to read the book is actually going to save you 400 or 4,000 hours of trial, error, and discovery. So books save you time, apps save you time, lessons save you time, courses save you time. And if you say, yeah, well, of course you're saying that, Dan, you're a music teacher. Yeah, well, I don't sell apps. And right now I'm not teaching lessons. So yeah, I do sell books. Yes, I do sell courses. But I don't sell books and courses for everything. So that's the way that I think about talent. Christopher, I think that's kind of a low resolution way of thinking about it personally. So Christopher presents an argument, and again, this is kind of unfair because this is unilateral. I'm just talking, and y'all can't talk back. But Chris says, I would argue that having no formal training helps one thoroughly find their own signature style. Maybe, but that's assuming that someone can take enough action just by listening in order to create a framework from which to create a style. I will say also that there's a false concept there too, because I've worked with a lot of students who come to me who have a lot of talent, and they, let's say, this is all of everything you could learn about music. They understand this much about music. And yeah, with understanding this much about music, they have their own signature sound, but here's the thing. What happens is, if we unravel this ball, it creates a line that goes this far, right? Whereas if we unravel this ball, it creates a line that goes this far. And so what happens is, at least this is my experience. So I'm not saying this is universal truth, it's just my experience working with a lot of students, is that if they understand this much about music, is that they sound original, but then at a certain point, they actually start repeating themselves and don't find new ground. So yes, you may develop a signature sound, but that signature sound is going to be limited a lot of times by the amount of action. Well, all the time, it's going to be limited by the amount of action you've taken. Nate Bodine's like, loading. So there you go. And I will say, too, that there's also misconception as well around what having an original sound is. And here's the second misconception, where it's like understanding a small amount and creating something good out of a small amount is conflated. No, the act of learning something new and then not feeling as good gets conflated with it's a bad thing to learn things. So this is what it looks like anytime you learn something new. It's like you get started, you think you're going to do okay, you go, oh, there's more to this than I really realized. Oh, this is actually really hard. Oh, I'm getting it. Now I've got it. And what happens is, a lot of people, like, look at Owl City. Owl City went and wrote Fireflies, like, without any music training, like, at all. Like basically no knowledge of music at all, created Fireflies. An incredible song that's done very well. And then Owl City says, and then I went and learned stuff about music and it stopped my creativity. It's like, well, yes and no. What happens is, if you start learning something new, you get here, and it's like, oh, we're doing good. And then all of a sudden, because you're having to think about it, if you only know, let's say you're juggling. Okay, you're juggling. And you only know a little bit about music, so you only know 2 juggling balls worth of music, right? You get very good at juggling with those balls. Now, all of a sudden, if you start learning something new, what happens is there's now 3 balls you have to juggle, and juggling 3 balls is a lot harder than juggling 2 balls. And what happens is you start dropping the balls because you're learning new things and you're not as good. And I've seen this myself. I've seen this with all my students. I've seen this with everyone I went to school with. It's every time you start to play or learn something new, everything starts to fall down because you start thinking about the new thing you learned. And it's only by going through this entire learning process and getting to the other side that you then level up your music game, and then the whole process starts all over again for everything you do. And this is not just music. This is literally everything you learn. And so what happens is there is a bias because people who create successful music that makes money off their first song then go and actually learn stuff. They go through this, and because they've made a lot of money and they've gotten a lot of eyeballs looking at them, oh dear. got a lot of eyeballs looking at them, and they say, hey, look, I started learning about music and it made me worse. Then everyone's like, oh yeah, well, surely because they made a lot of money and they made a good song, they're right. And it's like, well, no, they don't understand learning theory and how learning works. And they actually just hit this point right here and didn't keep persevering through the pain to here. Or maybe they stopped here and didn't persevere through the pain to here or here or here. Because it's painful and it's uncomfortable to learn new things. So there's also a bias in that. And that what happens with that is there's a lot of romantic ideas that get spread in the community of people who are interested in creating music and learning music because of this bias right here. There you go. All right. Let's get back to the music. Whew. Yeah, exactly. Trained out of experience. Very good, Stefanos. Stefanos says talent comes out of practice. Well, talent doesn't come out of practice and experimentation. Talent is innate ability. It's inborn. It comes with you from the factory. But trained out of experience. Yeah, exactly. That's the action we talked about. Cool. Okay. Let's keep this going with Setzer's theme. There's something about that chord progression that really reminds me. This just reminds me of Pokemon. And all that is, it's a 1 to a flat 7. Let's check out. Okay, this next song is, piece is funny. So the name is Johnny C. Bad. Now, there's a piece of music called Johnny B. Good, which we'll check out in a moment. Let's start with Johnny C. Bad. So Johnny B. Good was written by Chuck Berry. Let's check it out. walking bass line here. Okay, if you want to understand where that comes from, that's Johnny C. Bad. Now let's listen to Johnny B. Good. Here it is.
Deep down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens.
So that's Johnny B. Good by Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry, it was Chuck Berry or Little Richard who invented rock and roll. We'll go ahead and let someone else pick apart that thing, and no, it was not Buddy Holly, to whoever is going to write that in the comments. And no, it was not Elvis, to whoever else is going to write that in the comments. It was neither Buddy Holly, nor was it Elvis. It was indeed Chuck Berry or Little Richard, and you can tell if you actually look at the dates that the records were released. Okay. Yes, the Back to the Future song. Very good, chat. Okay, let's keep this going. A rockin' and a rollin' with the next piece called The Gestahl Empire. Now, to the best of my recollection, the Gestahl Empire is pretty much a copy-paste from the troops march on. Indeed, again, there may be some nuances in there that I'm missing, but I listened to part 1 again today before the stream, much of it, to make sure that I was going to be on point for you guys in terms of calling out connections, and it feels like it's pretty much about the same thing. Oh, the troops are from the Empire. Well, that makes sense. Thank you to the Silent One, 666. Appreciate it. They both belong to Imperial-related areas or events. Indeed, a leitmotif for the Empire, or theme for the Empire. Occupied town theme as well. Evil Empire theme, pretty much it. Okay. This is slower paced and less noble sounding, says Amit Lou. Thank you very much. Do appreciate the clarification there. Thank you. All right, let's check out the Magitech research facility. What is it with these people in research facilities? All right, let's check it out. Oh, heck yes. Well, a shout out and a thank you to our keen-eyed viewers who spotted that there's actually a spelling error. It should be Magitech, not Magitech. I was not trying to be clever. Oftentimes I do try to be clever. This is not one of those times. I was trying to be a good boy and read the title like one should. Hey, this is a really cool piece of music. Like that right there, just the sound of the... That's delicious. We will rock you. We will rock you. Hashtag that moment when you're going to take a solo and forgot there was a modulation. Okay. Let's check out the Airship Blackjack. Something about those first chord tunes reminds me of On Green Dolphin Street. Maybe I'm just misremembering something. That last one. Oi! Alright, so I'm going to talk you through from the top here. Basically, C major 7. C minor 7. E minor. A minor, A flat major, G major, B flat major, G sus4, G, back to C. Woo! Red Rock 733, do you have perfect pitch or just better ears than me? My gosh, you're getting these fast. Okay, let's keep this going with what to. Hey! Come on now. You know, they don't do it so much now, but a couple years ago, by the way, this is being recorded in 2023 for those of you who haven't looked at the date. But a couple years ago, and even still today, there's this very popular sound that goes on in some pop and some hip-hop tracks. It's like they just got a bunch of guys in the microphone. They're going, hey, 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 like on the offbeat. And this just really reminds me of that. By the way, if you're wondering why there's people in the chat who are calling out the chords faster than me, well, like I said before, I am not the best ears on the planet. I also don't have a gift many people have called perfect pitch, where you actually know the names of things when you hear them. I have okay relative pitch, and that's definitely something I practice. You know, a music teacher practices music? You bet, because if you don't use it, you lose it. That was a delightful piece of music, and I think easily my favorite that we've heard so far today, hands down, no questions asked. Okay. That was cool. Let's check out Mon's theme. Ooh, that is so naughty. Okay, why do I say this is so naughty? I'm going to break it down for you. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about that makes this, and I quote myself from 30 seconds ago, naughty. So, this wouldn't be naughty without two things that are here. Here's the two things that make this naughty. Right there. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear the right here. Right there. Right there. Type a 1 if you can hear that. Type a 1 if you're tracking that. Okay. All right, so that's one of two of what makes it naughty. All right, now we're going to go to number 3 for this next one here. Okay, that's the second part that makes it so naughty. Right there. So, look, there's 2 instruments, essentially 4 places where it's naughty. I'm going to point them out to you. Here we go. That's why I said 2 before. It's 2 instruments, but 2 instruments each play twice, which for a total of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Up. And no 4 the last time through. That's just delightful. Type a 5 if you agree that that sounds naughty. All right, let's keep this going with Strago's theme, or perhaps Strago's theme. Very similar rhythm to a theme we already heard before. At least at the start. I'm telling you guys. Okay, we've heard. There's got to be one more. There's got to be another melody we've heard this that went. Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Inspector Gadget. Bex is insisting it's Forest Maze Super Mario RPG. Well, thank you for that, Bex. Beware the forest mushrooms and Inspector Gadget. All right, let's check out Realm's theme. Oh, yeah. Them Eulalian pipes. I think I'm saying that wrong. It's the Eulalian pipes. I'm sorry, I think I'm saying that wrong. So that sound right there, the sound that's in My Heart Will Go On, with Celine Dion, from the Titanic. It's Eulalian pipes? Eulalian? Lord have mercy, I'm going to Google it. Eulalian pipes. I might be adding way too many syllables in there. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put the correct spelling in, and you'll see why I'm messing up the pronunciation. I'll put the correct spelling in the chat right here. All right, there you go. That's the correct spelling. Now you go ahead and say that. It is Irish. It is an Irish instrument. It's the Irish version of a bagpipe, or bagpipe's the Irish version of that. I'm not going to start a fight with Scots or Celts. Well, Ires. I would not want to raise the ire of anyone from Ire. Yulin. Thank you, Gaming Cat. Now, something cool too to notice here is that the banjo actually goes through this whole thing. Now you might say, wait, no, we only hear the banjo at certain points. Banjo's actually through pretty much this entire piece of music. So like we hear the banjo quite obviously right here in our right headphone. Banjo right headphone right there. Now when it goes to this B section thing, the banjo's in this. Type of 4 if you can hear the banjo right now. The banjo's playing right now. All right, great. You guys are hearing it. Now, type a 7 if that's the first time you've ever noticed the banjo right there. In that there B section. Type a 7. Yes, very good. Chrisu1337, the banjo is arpeggiating. It's playing an arpeggio. Very good. Oh, some of you first time noticing it. Very cool. Excellent. All right, let's check out our last one for today, which is going to be Esper World. Let's check it out. Okay, so by the way, if any of you guys are looking at the chat and you're seeing some music theory lingo being thrown around, I'll let you know if I see something that's wrong, but unless you hear me say something's wrong, you can presume that what other people are talking about in the chat is right, and so you're actually getting multiple streams of information of what's going on right now. This is super cool. So a shout out and a thank you to Red Rock, who's been helping out this stream, to, I think, Maniacal Foreigner and VGM Cass, who've been throwing in some awesome music information as we go through. This is phenomenal. Love it. Please keep doing what you're doing. This is so much fun. So, what was it up here? Where were we? Okay, so an interesting question, well, an interesting thing that VGM Cass brought up were the descending chromatic gestures that Nobuo Uematsu is using here. And let's actually talk about that. So we have... So what makes this chromatic? What makes this chromatic? Chroma comes from Greek, meaning color. And so we're saying all the colors, which is another way of saying all the notes. So all the notes in a row. That was all the notes in a row, going from high to low, and that's descending. Now we had another question, which is what dictates a mode? And what dictates a mode, VGM cast, sorry if you're about to write an essay on that. But there's a couple of things that's going to dictate the mode, and it's essentially going to be part of its notes, but part of it can also relate to the rhythm, because through rhythm, we give emphasis and importance to different notes. So, does it turn into an arpeggio? It goes up and down a scale. An arpeggio is a broken chord. So an arpeggio is not a scale. An arpeggio is when you take a chord and you break it into its individual notes. That is what an arpeggio. An arpeggio is a broken chord. Now, to talk about modes briefly, and then we'll call it a day. Hey, the gaming cat. Final Fantasy IV, you got it. To talk about modes is pretty interesting. So we have, number one, let's consider the time signature of 4/4, for example. Okay. And in the time signature of 4/4, let's say we have, we have strongest, weak, strong, weakest. And so what happens is there's this pattern that happens over and over again in the rhythm. So this has nothing to do with the notes, but over and over again in the rhythm, it repeats over and over again this pattern of strongest, weak, strong, weakest. So, and again, this is a simple way of understanding this. This is not terribly nuanced, but this does get the job done. The notes that land most on the strongest and strong will naturally carry more weight to your ears. So what a mode is, and again, this is a simple and not a perfect explanation, but it does get the job done. A mode is when you take all the notes, let's say from a C major scale. So we have, well, I'm not going to bother right next, I don't have a staff, but we have C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. And what we're going to do with a mode is, for example, let's make this a Dorian mode, is we're going to take C and we're going to pop it on the end. So we actually start on D. So what happens is, if we emphasize a D over and over again on these strongest and strong beats, and that's not the only way it happens, but that is a way it can happen, is that the D starts to sound like home base, and it starts to feel like the most important thing we're hearing. So it's really about emphasis of note, is really what it comes down to. And because time signatures can emphasize, well, or can typically emphasize which notes we hear, the notes that land on the strongest and strong beats will carry the most weight for what we hear. So it's like if we do repetition, okay, so here, we're getting closer to a definition here. So repetition of the lowest note times instances that lowest note shows up in strong places equals mode. That's a better way of thinking about it. So repetition of the lowest note times the number of times it shows up at the specific rhythmic places in the measure equals you hear the mode. Actually, that's not a bad definition. Can anyone poke a hole in that definition? I feel like that's actually pretty good. That's a pretty solid definition of a mode. I actually like that. That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, and we're not talking about chords, right? Because chords could mess the whole thing up in the lowest note. So melody. All right, so here we have, all right, so this is the definition for mode melody. So melody only, the definition of a modal melody, would be repetition of the lowest note and that lowest note landing on the strongest and strong beats. Okay, cool. Hey, that's interesting. So, Matt, no, because chords could change. Chords are more powerful than melody notes in the cases where chords are lower than the melody notes. Whatever sound is lowest carries the most power. So Matt asked the question, okay, if we had a 2 chord, that, okay, so a chord progression, okay, which starts and ends on the 2. So I'm going to say, right, that sounds like it's minor, but I'm using chords from a C major. But this definition does work for melody, low to melody. I'm going to write that down and save that. That's going to go in book number 4. Yeah, Sultans of Swing. Yep, same key. Something like that. Cool. All right, y'all. Meanwhile, the Sultans. They're Sultans of Swing. All right, cool. Y'all take care. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. Well, hey there. No introduction because this is part 3. We're just going to jump right in and do it. Y'all know the deal. I'm a guy who's written some books about music. I played some music. I sang some music. I wrote some music. I taught other people how to do it too. And now I'm going to make faces when I get surprised by awesome music. So let's do this thing. Here we go. Floating Continent. This is what you came for. Let's be honest. Here we go. Floating Continent. Let's do it. Oh, sorry. I do want to make a correction. Last time I was calling something that sounded like Aerith's theme the main theme, and, you know, names are not always my strong suit. But what I meant was, I heard it before, and what I meant was Aerith. Not that I conflated the two things, just I knew it was something that I knew very well, and I knew the main theme and Aerith's theme very well. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Here we go. Okay. Let me explain one cool thing about that piece called Floating Continent, and that is the change of the four. Ooh. You may be saying, well, Dan, what on earth do you mean by the change of the four? Well, I'll tell you. So, the year is 1969. No. So, actually, the key is G major. And what's happening is in every major scale, and I think we've gone over this in part 1 or part 2, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one of each of the basic musical alphabet letters. So we have 1 G, 1 A, 1 B, 1 C, 1 D, 1 E, 1 F. It just happens the F is sharp in this case. And normally what happens when we go up a major scale, it sounds like the Do, Re, Mi song from Sound of Music. So Do, a deer, a female deer, Re, a drop of golden sun, Mi, a name I call myself, Fa, a longer way to run. And then So, a needle pulled in thread. Okay, now, here is where it goes a little bit wonky. Is that instead of on the Fa, a longer way to run, it's actually going to be a Fee, a sound a hungry giant makes. As in Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum. So check this out. Do, a deer, a female deer. Re, a drop of golden sun. Mi, a name I call myself. Fee, a word a giant says. Yeah, doesn't quite work. It's not Fa, it's Fee. It's a different note entirely. And so what's happened here, why Floating Continent might sound a little, well, floating, is because the fourth note, 1, 2, 3, 4, is raised a little bit higher. Ooh, up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that actually creates something called the Lydian mode. Lydian mode. If you recall from, I believe it was Chrono Trigger, if I'm not mistaken, there was Lydia, Doria, Ionia, named after the modes. Cool. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling. Ohio gozaimasu. Genki desu. Mother 3. Thank you, Surreal. Let's keep this going with Battle to the Death. Sorry, Catastrophe. So here's something that's really interesting. Now, I'm no bona fide music producer, but I have produced some music, if that makes any sense to you. So I have spent, a couple thousand hours working in music production. I would not call myself a music producer, but I understand how it works, and I know fundamentals of it, and also mixing and also mastering. Now, what's interesting about this is if we listen around here, these bass notes, you're hearing a bass note, one on the left ear, and then a more quiet, not version, but it's the same note, different timbre, in your right ear. What's interesting is a lot of times in modern production, you actually want to bring the bass into mono and just have the bass frequencies be right in the center, which would be like your kick and also your bass. So what's interesting is to hear the way that this is mixed, having these lower notes out on the side. Wild stuff. So you hear the, there's the, you hear the timpani, you hear the cymbal, but then those low notes are all the way panned out to the side. If Nobuo Uematsu was not already an unconventionally amazing genius, like, I don't know, I take back unconventional, because, like, who am I to judge what's conventional or unconventional? But a genius, like, doing interesting things, that's a genius and interesting thing. And if any of you have done any mixing, you'll know that that is an interesting choice, and it works, which is the real thing. You can hear through the whole piece. It's two notes, left side, right side, which you can hear in your left and right headphone. Of course, Beanwagon, everyone does well in my classes. What kind of a silly question would that be? Of course, because I think the best thing a teacher can do is meet someone with where they're at. And sometimes you sit down with someone, you say, oh, your understanding of most of these things is beyond me, but let me teach you one or two things. So it's not about what you can teach to someone or not, or whether someone would do well. It's like, do you have something to share with someone? So there you go. I work with people in one area where they are much, much better than me. Like, let's see. I work with people who are certainly more creative than I am, naturally talented in terms of the created. I work with people who naturally, talent-wise, are, better singers. Sure, but I help all of them because it's not about how talented I am or where I'm going. It's about, can I help this person? Yes, no. Can I help them make definitions, delineations, understand new things in new ways and help their technique because I understand the fundamentals. So actually, at a certain point, not being talented is an advantage because you have to actually understand all the component parts of something. And if you're not talented, you have to understand all the component parts in order to be able to do it. Whereas talent means sometimes you can jump over the understanding. Not always, but sometimes. Let's check out Battle to the Death. Thank you, DED Domain, for your very generous super chat. We'll read it at the end. Now, something I'd like to introduce to you guys. Now, this is a term you have heard me talk about before, especially in relation to things repeating, but it's a term called ostinato. So like Austin, as in the city, and Tejas, Austin, and then auto, as in an automobile that you might drive. Ostinato. And if you say the whole thing fast, it sounds right. Ostinato. So we heard a lot of ostinato, for example, in the Ace Attorney with repeated rhythmic figures. And we hear something that is not dissimilar here as well. So you have that rhythm repeated over and over again. And in music, because we like to be fancy with words, we don't just say it's repeated over and over again. Because my gosh, that's way too long. Who on earth has the time to say it gets repeated over and over again? We say ostinato. Say it with me at home, everyone, or if you're out in public, look like a crazy person. Not if it's going to get you in trouble. But say ostinato. You got to cover your belly. Ostinato. Someone say, what? You say, I just coughed. Ostinato. 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 Okay. Let's keep this going with Rest in Peace. RIP. Continue. So, some really interesting things. And then, oh, let me grab this next part and then I'll break it down. One more time. Okay, so again, Nobuo Uematsu doing, I mean, really cool stuff here. So we have what we're going to call, for all intents and purposes, a D major 7 to a D6 to a D, augmented major 7 back to a D6. And I'm implying a lot there. And then it's like C major 7 to C major 6. I'm putting in the 5th in there just because, like, why not? But there you go. Some really interesting things going on there. Well, that was mostly it. But here's the thing. The way I was playing it, I was adding in an extra note that wasn't there, just to give it a little something. Okay, this next one is called From That Day Something. Come on now. Oh, don't hold back on me. Oh. So some really cool stuff here. So it starts out in A minor, then goes to a C, then to a D, to a E sus4, then the B section, absolutely amazing. A minor to B major, B flat major, parallel major, A major, A minor, B major, B flat major, A major. Loved it. I'm so sorry. I absolutely butchered playing along there. I don't know what I was thinking. And I'm genuinely sorry. I'm sorry. All right, let's check out Searching for Friends. Hello, 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 hello. Is there anyone out there? There? I'm looking for friends, friends. I'm sorry, I was so busy air drumming, I didn't even pay attention to what was going on. Hey, type a 2 in the chat if sometimes when you hear pieces of music like that, you also hear like Mike Portnoy or Mike Mangini or Marco Miniman just absolutely shredding the living life out of the track. Let me know if you've listened to some progressive music and you also hear your favorite progressive drummers just going ham on this, because that's certainly what I hear. Okay, let's pull this back so I can actually tell you something productive about this. Pazu Chill, is that a Dream Theater joke? So what's cool here is you can actually see essentially a mixture is mixing both the natural minor and also the Dorian mode, if you will. That's, I don't really like that way of describing it. I really don't, because it puts such an emphasis on scales, and everyone thinks they need to play scales all day when music teachers talk like that. So that's why I don't like talking like that. So when I talk like that, someone who doesn't really know that much about music, like, oh, modes, I should just focus on modes. Like, well, no, it's not just the modes, it's also the harmony, and it's also borrowing harmony. It's very simple just to say that it's modes, and it's true, but it's misleading the point, because the point here is not the mode mixture. That's part of what's going on. What the really cool thing is borrowing the major 4. That's the cool thing. So the cool thing is here we go A minor, F, G, E minor. So in the key of A minor, so it's 1, 6, 7, 5, 2, 4, but 4 is major, and then back to 5. Now, the cool thing about 4 being major here is we just had an F chord like 3 chords ago. So remember, it went A minor, F, G, E minor, so F. And then we go to the D major. Now, the D major has an F sharp in it, so that's the cool part, is that we have both an F and an F sharp in the same chord progression, and it works. That's the cool part. Modes, yeah, they're cool. They're great. Borrowing chords, creating feelings. Yes. Okay. Let's talk about Go-Go's theme. Okay. Well, again, we have the return of VGM Cass in the chat. VGM Cass, you are always most welcome on the streams. VGM Cass, again, providing very useful information as the song's being played through. So you can look at what Video Game Cass is saying. They're providing you some excellent info. Now, by the way, and that's because I can speak to the music. I'm sure there's other people providing excellent info in the chat related to the game, and I just don't know. So I'll stay in my lane, and you do whatever, and I'll be in Scotland sometime. So let's talk about what makes this so playful. So it's kind of swung. It's about as swung as I think you could get a SNES to swing. Yeah. This is about as swung as a SNES could swing. And if you recall, I think we talked about the difference. Yes, we did. In part 1 or part 2, we talked about the difference between swung and shuffle. And this is about as close to swing as you can get with a SNES. And indeed, even with computers now, the way you interpret swing is you have maybe 6 or 7 different variations of swing that you can get the computer to make. Whereas with the SNES, I'm assuming there was about 1. And it was also the same thing as the shuffle. And really, it was just triplets. Yeah, the drum build-up for basically followed by Pop Goes a Weasel is a good indication. It says, Dragonas Xavier, indeed. Sorry if it's Xavier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I am so sorry. Kind of reminds me of like a silly circus. So part of what's going on here is the speed at which this is at is a very silly speed. But much faster, it would feel almost manic. It might start to feel threatening even. But here, like it doesn't sound silly anymore. This is like just silly enough where it's like someone's off balance while they're walking. You know, like a way a clown might walk. I like the little thing right at the end. Very comical stuff. And all these little and then it's about to be in your left ear too. Oh yes, and the umpire as well, Dragonas. And part of the silliness too comes into the difference of the actual duration of the notes. Now I just did that totally wrong, but you get the idea. It's when some things are short, when some things are long. Okay, let's check out Epitaph. I feel like we've heard this before. We have heard this before. Okay, I am telling you, we have heard this exact guitar part before. We have previously heard. Ah. Telling you, we have that exact guitar part. Setzer's theme, last stream. Thank you guys. No, I'm saying that wrong. Am I saying that right? Not quite. Yeah. Californication would be A minor to F. The guitar part, very much like Aira's theme. No, I'm telling you, we've heard that exact guitar part in something else. It might have been Aira's theme. I don't think it was an Aira's theme. That exact guitar part we've heard in another snazzy sounding thing. Anyway, sorry I couldn't be more specific than that. We'll find it. If you figured this out, put it in the comments and we'll make sure it gets seen. Okay, let's check out the Magic House. Get on the house that brings me to you. Now's the Magic House. That's a shout out to all you 50s and 60s fans out there, and 70s. 60s and 70s. Nice. Love it. Okay. And sorry if I keep scratching my eyes because I have contacts in and they're drying out and I don't have any of my contact eye drops in here. So we're just going to kind of like groove with it. So one thing I want to talk to you guys about is changing speed in songs. Right there. See how my snapping got off? It was no longer synchronized with music. Type a 2 if you could hear or see that my snapping was no longer synchronized with the music. So it starts off with, and then it's no longer going to be. So, the music is slowing down compared to how fast it was before. So what happens is you can get what is called a retardando or a rallentando. We're not going to dissect the difference here today. And then what happens is when it comes back in at the same speed as before, that's called a tempo. A-T-E-M-P-O. So A space A space T-E-M-P-O. A tempo is when we come back. That's what we can all agree on. Now, something else to think about, which is pretty cool, is what's happening there is the actual speed of the music. Now, we measure speed of music in BPM, like blood pressure medication, except it's beats per minute. And so what happens is that the beats per minute actually slow down, and it's a ramp. It's not a direct, like if we were to think about things slowing down, it's not like a square. It's not like a drop off in speed. No, it's a ramp down in speed, and then it pops right back up. That's a pretty cool thing. We haven't heard that too much in this year OST, and I cannot even imagine the amount of work that took to make happen using the ancient levels of technology they were using here. So really cool, incredible attention to detail. And let's check out this next one, which is called Umaro's Theme. Umaro, Umaro, I love you. Umaro, you're only good luck, day. Missed it. Away. Well, That was absolutely delightful. And by the way, now a quick word from our sponsor of this stream, Best Music Coach. Ah, Best Music Coach. Books, courses, and lessons. Support this channel. In the video description, there's a link to Streamlabs. Donate and request your favorite OST to be reacted to next. That was a word from our sponsor, Best Music Coach. All right, let's check out The Fanatics. Also, and to be clear, before I was like, super chat so I can get a chair, I got a chair and someone stole it off the front porch before I could pick it up. Like, the UPS said it dropped off at 5:03. I went up at like 5:15 and it was gone. So I need to go get a new chair. Here we go. Fanatics. Okay, so one thing I want to point out to you is this cool thing. Which I may have just played completely separate from that, but I played it relatively right. Relatively, not as in it was mostly right, but relatively as in I played it correct relative to, it doesn't matter. Music thing. Well, actually, it should matter. Okay, so for example, I could play... And then I could also play... They're different things, but in relation to each other, they have the same relationship. So it's like the same thing copied and pasted to a different place. Now what's cool there is what it's doing is it's outlining a diminished arpeggio. And so it's going up and down by half step, outlining this arpeggio. So we go G, B flat, we'll call it D flat then, G, B flat, D flat, B flat, G. So A flat, G, A flat, G, A flat, G, E flat, B flat, C 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 flat, D flat, E, D flat, E, D flat, E, D flat, E, D flat, E. There you go. And so the diminished arpeggio, an arpeggio is a form of broken chord. So here's a diminished chord. Here's another diminished chord. Here's another diminished chord. And what happens is when we break that diminished chord up into its individual components, we get what is called diminished arpeggio. And so this is outlining that broken diminished chord, but adding a little flavor to it. Yes, Cloud Colin, C flat is enharmonic to B. So C flat does not mean B, but it means the same sound as B. All right, let's check out Kefka's Tower. This is dope. Yo, have you guys ever watched the speedrunners play A Link to the Past on Twitch? It's insane. They do it in like an hour. It's crazy. So let's check out, one thing I want to show you that's really cool is this right here. The do-do-do-do right there. Type a 3 if you can hear this. Type a 3 in the chat if you can hear this. I'm going to sing along with it, then type a 3. Do-do-do-do. Right there. Type a 3 if you can hear that. Pull it back. Do-do-do-do-do. Guys, that's nuts. When have we heard that on a SNES thing before? That's wild. That's so cool. What a cool sound. So what is that? That is modulating between two notes. Do. Not every instrument can do that. You can't do that on a piano unless you have a little bend wheel to make that happen. If you get a regular piano, you walk up to a Steinway, you can't do that. You can do that on a guitar because you can bend strings. Yeah, we started low. And we go up. That's modulating a pitch. Yes, if you if you get a strong man, you can bend some piano strings. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come for the 2 longest pieces so far in this here OST. We're just going to fire away and get started with Dancing Mad. Let's do it. everybody now. All right, phase 4, let's go. All right, you guys want to know something absolutely crazy? In making dancing mad, it's entirely possible Nobuo Uematsu invented an entire genre of hip-hop. I'm going to say that one more time. In making dancing mad, it is quite possible that Nobuo Uematsu invented an entire genre of hip-hop. Let me show you. So, I have never heard trap drums like this before I heard trap. So, I heard trap the same time probably y'all heard trap, which was on the radio. It was like Nicki Minaj started doing it, and then some other artists started doing it, and then it started to take over. And one of the characteristics of trap drums is a type of hi-hat sound. Now, what we can hear here, it starts at about minute 14. You can hear Nobuo Uematsu is doing this, and I mean 20 plus years ahead of when anyone else, like, I've never heard anyone do hi-hats like this in the 90s. And look, I'm not a dance or electronic aficionado by any stretch of the imagination, but I have heard a lot of music. I've never heard drums like this early on. Check this out. Trap, guys. That's trap. That's hip hop. You hear this, you hear this now. It's migrated over from hip hop into pop, and you can hear it in top 40. So what's absolutely mind-blowing is that this is happening. This is happening 20 plus years. That's wild. That is absolutely insane. So if I wanted to make a video essay, it would be like, how Nobuo Uematsu invented trap 20 years before this. All right. That was wild. That was really cool. Let's check out Balance is Restored. Yes! That has got to be the most complex piece of music I've ever heard on SNES. Wow. That was just insane. I mean, that was truly true. I mean, like, what a work of art to do it. 21 minutes, 36 seconds using ancient technology. Here's one thing I want to point out that was pretty cool that some of you SNES heads may enjoy. Let's see. Hold on. I'll find it. Do-do-dee, 부득이다. Do-do-dee, 부득이다. 주도구바, 주도구바. Donkey Kong Country. All right. Hey, let's check out the prelude. Well, a quick shout out and a thank you to J2O Juiced for making the playlists we use for these streams. Thank you, J2O Juiced. Everyone, please give J2O Juiced your favorite emoji to say thank you for the work they put in supporting this channel. Thank you very much. Hey, more content over here, down here, subscribe. It's up there, it's down there. It's everywhere. More stuff. Click it. There's stuff there. Oh, it's there. It's everywhere. How long are we gonna do this for? I don't know, but it's 20 seconds. Here we go. Click there.